Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 2:17 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions and Service Nova Scotia, as outlined in Resolution E4 and E40. Be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $322,727,000 and for E40, resolved that a sum not exceeding $172,758,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Service Nova Scotia pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions and Service Nova Scotia to make opening comments for up to 1 hour, and if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to you today about the 2026-2027 budget for both departments, the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that this is the first time for the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, so that's where we're going to start, because that's the team who is here with me currently, and of course, we will be joined by the Department of Service Nova Scotia very shortly. But I am pleased to introduce brand new Deputy Minister Jennifer LaPlante to the department. I'm very, very gracious, and it has been an absolute joy learning about this department and working with her directly. And of course, we have Adam Rainford, who is with our Director of Finance, who is also at the table with me here today. And we have support staff as well from the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions. So, Madam Chair, I'll start with some remarks on that department and then switch over to service. So, Madam Chair, the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions was created in May of 2023. It is one of the first departments of its kind in the country. As Minister of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, I am responsible for the technology and cybersecurity systems that support government operations across Nova Scotia. Our responsibility is to modernize and manage government's digital environment so it remains resilient, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the province and its citizens. Madam Chair, Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions works with government departments, crown corporations, agencies, and our healthcare system to support the delivery of important programs and services that Nova Scotians depend on. Much of our work is behind the scenes, but you can be assured, though, Madam Chair, that if you deal with government, you can safely assume that this team is involved. Our department brings a strategic focus to government's digital transformation and modern use of technology. So, Madam Chair, what does the department with a name like Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions do exactly? Well, they do an absolute lot. We support government's day-to-day businesses. We make it easier and faster for Nova Scotians to access government programs and services that they depend on, including the many rebate programs like HARP and the property tax rebate for seniors. We support the systems government relies on every day, for processing health and social program payments, to managing court records, to registering land and delivering disaster relief. We operate the Registry of Nova Scotia Businesses, manage the digital platforms behind grants, licenses, permits, inspections, and rebates. We equip public servants and healthcare professionals with tools that they depend on: secure network devices, communication systems, and the digital infrastructure that connects teams across the province. Our staff provide and manage the hardware and software used by civil servants, employees of the Regional Centres for Education, Nova Scotia Health, and the IWK. So we provide network connections and Wi-Fi access, background databases, and systems that secure them. And Madam Chair, we are the people on the other end of the line when something doesn't work the way it's supposed to. We talk about digital solutions, Madam Chair. We're talking very specifically about the work to provide dependable, secure, and high-quality services to Nova Scotians. This means improving the digital services Nova Scotians use, from rebate programs to online ordering systems for the school lunch program, to streamline online forms to make it easier to access government services. The NS account, or the My NS account, is another example, excellent example of digital modernization. It provides a secure, universal sign-in that makes it easier for Nova Scotians to access some government and health services online. And don't take my word for it, Madam Chair. Take the word of more than 300,000 Nova Scotians who are regularly using this login system to connect to 43 digital services in government and health. The team also created an online road test booking service for the Registry of Motor Vehicles and delivered a service that allows driver examiners to do their grading online in real time. This cuts down on the administrative time and allows staff to spend more time helping clients. It also helps or makes it easier for parents booking their child's first driver road test. Madam Chair, this is about far more than a technology upgrade. It represents a meaningful shift in how we deliver and design services for Nova Scotians, businesses, and organizations across the province. By reducing manual processes and modernizing our systems, we are making services more efficient, more responsive, and easier to improve, maintain, and adapt to changing needs. Madam Chair, we have also been updating an aging SAP platform used for provincial, health, and education sectors. SAP is an internal to government used largely for managing and administering human resources payroll and loans and grants. SAP modernization will see all of government, education, and health use common processes on one-time technology platform. It will provide simpler maintenance, enhanced functionality, streamlining, and improved usability. That kind of modernization also strengthens our ability to respond when Nova Scotians need us most. Helping stand up the relief programs during emergencies is a strong example of how digital solutions make a real difference. As climate-related disasters become more frequently, we must be ready. After the recent wildfires and floods, our team deployed a ready-to-go emergency financial support service. During already stressful times, this reduced administrative hurdles and helped Nova Scotians access support more quickly. Madam Chair, we will always design our work to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. We start the work, change it as needed, and continuously improve. Nova Scotians expect their government to be agile, to respond quickly to the needs, and to deliver programs and services in a way that is most accessible for them. And that's the way we work. It's not just about investing in technologies for today's needs, but it's about building services that can be updated, adapted, and reused when the need arises anywhere in government. It's a responsible approach. It's a cost-effective approach. It's the right approach, Madam Chair. We are creating services and technologies that aren't just fit for purpose, but can be adapted if needed and transform the services they support. Madam Chair, I could speak for hours about the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions because it has been an absolute joy for this first year of being a part of this team. And I know we're going to get into some questions, and I'm looking forward to that part of our conversation. But I'm proud of the work of this team. And I appreciate the purpose of today's discussion. And so again, I look forward to being able to talk about the department in its entirety. And so, Madam Speaker, perhaps maybe now, I'm not sure if the department team or service, or I'll continue with a few more remarks about service or cybersecurity, and then I'll switch over to service so we can get into some questions. So let me tell you a little bit more about our exciting plans for the new year with CSDS. Department's budget for 26-27 was $3 million, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay.
322.
Thank you. 322,727,000. Okay, got that out there. This represents an increase in $38 million. There are two investments that I want to highlight for you. More than $18 million that we're investing in cybersecurity enhancements and $4.4 million in artificial intelligence. So let's start with cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is fundamental to all of the work that I've just described. It is key to protecting the services we deliver everywhere in government and the information Nova Scotians entrust to us. We remain vigilant and proactive in strengthening our systems to managing cyber risk. Threats continue to evolve, and so must we. That means investing wisely, improving continuously, and ensuring our defenses are resilient. The risk is real, Madam Chair. We see it across the country and here at home. Nova Scotia Power customers are still dealing with the consequences of a cyber incident. Those events are not theoretical. They disrupt lives, undermine confidence, and carry real costs. That is why our focus on cybersecurity must remain unwavering. No government, no company is immune. In 2026-27, the province is investing $18 million to increase the province's cyber security defenses for government and healthcare. This represents the largest investment in cybersecurity in our province's history. This funding is essential to protecting the digital infrastructure that underpins critical public services. It will enhance our ability to safeguard sensitive and confidential information and strengthen our capacity to prevent, detect, respond to, and recover from cyber threats. Madam Chair, this investment is about more than protecting systems. It's about protecting Nova Scotians. By strengthening our cyber defenses, we are contributing to a stronger national security posture, enhancing public safety, and creating a stable digital environment required for key sectors, including energy, to grow and compete with confidence. Here are the specifics. As part of this investment, we are strengthening our cybersecurity capacity across government and healthcare. This work will enhance our overall resilience and ensure we are better positioned to manage evolving risks in increasing digital environment. It reflects a deliberate and measured approach to protecting critical systems and the services Nova Scotians rely on every day. Madam Chair, we also established a Cyber Nova Scotia office, a program to provide clear leadership to strengthening cybersecurity practices and improve coordination with key partners in private sector and municipalities. Its focus will be on increasing awareness of cyber risks, sharing timely information, and helping organizations better understand and manage emerging threats. It will also work with federal and provincial counterparts, industry partners, and critical sector to support a coordinated approach to protecting the digital systems that underpin our economy and public services. We are also investing in our people. We've made a cybersecurity training mandatory across the civil service because it is one of the best ways to prevent vulnerabilities is to ensure our staff can recognize them and stop them before they start. Since joining the department, I have been meeting regularly with my federal and provincial and territorial counterparts to strengthen coordination on cybersecurity. That collaboration has been ongoing, grounded in shared understanding that cyber threats do not stop at provincial borders. Last fall, Madam Chair, ministers formalized this work by signing a multilateral cybersecurity coordination agreement to enhance how we share threat intelligence and coordinate responses to incidents. It is important that we remain vigilant and take the necessary steps or measures to protect Nova Scotians from impacts of cyber attacks. This includes working continuously and in partnership with other jurisdictions to build resiliency and strengthen our security. That's what we're doing. This agreement will improve our readiness for cyber attacks and help prevent us against future cyber risks. Madam Chair, we will continue to do the hard work needed to keep Nova Scotians' information secure and build our resilience to cyber security threats. I recognize that the steps we take to protect the province from cybersecurity threats are of significant interest to members of this House and to all Nova Scotians. Well, I want to assure you that to all Nova Scotians that we are diligent and proactive in safeguarding our systems. There are limits in the level of operational detail that we can share and that can be shared publicly. Transparency is important, but it also is protecting the integrity of our security posture. Disclosing certain specifics could create vulnerabilities. And for that reason, I will provide as much information as I responsibly can without compromising the safety and security of our province. Now let's turn, Madam Chair, to the investments in artificial intelligence. We are investing just over $4 million in artificial intelligence for this fiscal year. This funding establishes a dedicated internal AI team within government. That team will develop and maintain AI-embedded tools and support the modernization of digital services in a secure and controlled environment. Building expertise inside government is the right approach and ensures we have the capability to design and manage solutions that meet our operational needs while setting clear standards for security, privacy, and performance. AI will help improve our digital services, how our digital services are delivered, streamlining processes, reducing administrative burden, and making it easier for Nova Scotians to find information, complete applications, and receive timely responses. A good example is our new artificial intelligence virtual assistant, whose name happens to be Scotty. available on the novascotia.ca website. Developed in-house, Scotty helps users quickly find publicly available information. In its first week, it supported nearly 1,000 requests on topics such as vital statistics, road conditions, and access center locations. It does not access personal records or make decisions. It simply helps people navigate information more quickly. We are taking a similar approach internally. We are expanding secure AI-embedded tools within existing systems to help employees work more efficiently while protecting government information. These tools support everyday tasks such as drafting and summarizing information, improving productivity, while maintaining strong security standards. Along this, we are investing in training to ensure staff understand how to use these tools efficiently and within government requirements. Interest in AI is growing rapidly. Many employees already use similar tools in their personal lives. Our responsibility is to provide secure, approved options for government rather than leaving staff to rely on public platforms. We cannot afford to fall behind. At the same time, we must lead this work carefully, balancing innovation with privacy, security, and accountability, expectations unique to the public sector. By equipping public servants with approved AI tools, we are freeing up time spent on routine tasks so they can focus more on delivering high-quality services for Nova Scotians. Through this work, we are advancing a coordinated and practical approach to adopting artificial intelligence across government. This work will improve efficiency and productivity across government. It will support better decision-making and help us design digital services that are simpler and faster to use, making it easier for Nova Scotians to access information, complete applications, and receive timely responses. By establishing specialized digital talent within government, we are building long-term capabilities from within. This allows us to better leverage expertise emerging from our academic institutions and local communities and strengthens the overall capacity of the public service. Madam Chair, I sit on an FPT table for cybersecurity and technology, which brings together ministers from across Canada. There is a broad agreement that AI represents a major transformational opportunity for governments and the economy. Nova Scotia's diverse economy spanning energy and clean technology, defense and aerospace, natural resources, seafood and agri-food, and the digital and technology sector creates strong sector-specific opportunities for the adoption of artificial intelligence. Earlier this month, I had the chance to meet with industry representatives to get a better understanding of how they are planning to work with AI. It was an insightful and productive discussion. There is real momentum and opportunity ahead, and we are committed to taking the thoughtful, strategic approach as this work advances. Madam Chair, the year ahead includes both opportunities and challenges for CSDS. We will continue to modernize our programs and services to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. We will always keep accessibility and inclusion in mind as we deliver digital products and services. All Nova Scotians are our customers. We won't leave anyone behind. We will continue to expand trust online interactions that respect Nova Scotians' privacy. All of this gives Nova Scotians more choices and easier ways to interact with us. Madam Chair, as you can see, the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions plays an important role, often behind the scenes, in supporting Nova Scotians, the government, and many others. The work of CSDS is critical in allowing people and businesses to access the services they need in a way they need them. We have accomplished a lot over the last year, Madam Chair, but we know that there is still a lot more to do. And I know the team, we are all very excited for what the future holds and to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Not just the good stuff, but as I said, the challenges too. Because it is often the meeting those challenges that we find the greatest opportunities to strengthen public services and improve how Nova Scotians experience government, ensuring their interactions are secure, efficient, and straightforward, and that will remain to be our focus. And so, Madam Speaker, those are my remarks for CSDS, and I'd like to take the opportunity now to just switch over to service and perhaps introduce the team. Oh, they're here. Okay. Swap out there. I just want to thank the members for the time, too. Okay. So, Madam Chair, I would like to introduce to everyone Deputy Joanne Monroe for the Department of Service, Nova Scotia. Madam Chair, it's a budget for Service Nova Scotia that will help our government to continue to focus on the strategic priorities that will drive our province forward, harnessing our natural resources to grow our economy, empowering our people to build our future and communities, rebuilding healthcare for a healthier Nova Scotia, and building a financially sustainable and resilient province. Together, we will do the best to answer those questions for Service Nova Scotia as well, and of course I appreciate the opportunity to swap out teams as necessary. So, Madam Chair, the budget for the Department of Service Nova Scotia, now I got a little tongue-tied with the last number, so I'll try this one again, is $172,758,000. It represents an increase of about $7 million. The majority of this funding will go towards wage increases resulting from the last collective agreement. The Department of Service Nova Scotia, Madam Chair, will connect with each and every Nova Scotian at some point in their life, from when it's either a birth to buying their first car to getting married or, again, registering their firstborn. It's a department, Madam Chair, supported by a team that is 100% committed to deliver quality, responsive programs and services that are meaningful to Nova Scotians. And again, I do very much look forward to our time together to also discuss the Department of Service Nova Scotia and the good work that the team does. Madam Chair, the Department of Service Nova Scotia is at the forefront of connecting people with government. We provide essential services that impact the daily life, business, and government efficiently. We connect Nova Scotians to essential government services online, by phone, and in person at Access Nova Scotia centres and the Registry of Motor Vehicles offices across the province. The Vital Statistics team is here for Nova Scotians during life's major events, from birth and marriages to also, sadly, deaths and funerals. But that all is important work there, Madam Chair. The Registry of Motor Vehicles is here to help Nova Scotians get their first driver's license and to provide a free license plate to replace the peeling one that you have been meaning to get rid of for some time now. It also helps with driver education, licenses, renewals, and vehicle permits. And Madam Chair, I have to say that the two departments are interconnected so greatly, so to be able to bounce between both, people will make that connection, I think, very clearly, or at least that's what I hope to be able to articulate today. In fact, Madam Chair, the RMV is one of the many success stories this year. In October, we announced a new online system for drivers, as I mentioned with CSDS, again, that connection between two, to schedule and pay for the road test online. Using the new online book a road test system, people can also cancel, reschedule, and make changes to already scheduled road tests. Madam Chair, Nova Scotians expect government services to be available online. So preparing for the driver's test can be stressful enough, as we know, for many young Nova Scotians, but also for parents who might try to be booking those tests for their children. Now have a way to be able to do that faster, hopefully less stressful and a little simpler. It's all part of the online overall RMV modernization initiative that involves the departments, as I mentioned, both. It's a multi-year project focused on updating legislative requirements, improving both internal and external processes to reduce red tape and overhaul technology that supports the registry to provide safe, secure, and convenient services that Nova Scotians have come to expect from their government. Madam Chair, as Minister for both Service Nova Scotia and the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, I'm particularly excited about this initiative as it is a great example of how the province is undertaking digital transformation of government services and delivery to Nova Scotians for better access to supports and programs that they need. Land registries, modernization, and other examples of steps we are taking to foster sustainability, transparency, and meeting some of the cases, hopefully exceeding Nova Scotians' expectations. This is a 4-year initiative, Madam Chair, that will upgrade current systems and enhance security for cyber security vulnerabilities. At the Department of Service Nova Scotia, we not only keep pace with the rapid changing needs of Nova Scotians, but we also work proactively to position ourselves as leaders in the service industry. We're improving service delivery, and that's what Service Nova Scotia is all about. And there is more, Madam Chair. There's so much more. The team at Service Nova Scotia supports citizens and businesses. And I think there's a real connection to myself there, Madam Chair, because the vision and mission for this department is that Nova Scotians are at the heart of everything that we do. And that means reaching them in how we can, but then also making sure that they feel supported and seen. We work closely with the Office of Service Efficiency to see where we can reduce red tape, make it easier and faster for businesses to grow and succeed. And when cumbersome rules and red tape slow down solutions, they weaken our ability to generate economic growth and respond to global and local pressures. Our department also has a critical role with the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act. The province manages a record-breaking volume of FOIPOP requests, and last year and completed 89% of them on time, one of the highest rates in Canada. Last fiscal, government achieved an 80% response rate in 30 days. Our response times are, again, some of the highest in Canada, and we should be really proud of that work. So we ensure customer rights are protected to empower customers by regulating Nova Scotia's consumer marketplace. Madam Chair, Service Nova Scotia also helps Nova Scotians to be on the alert for scams and what they should do if they fall victim to one. With the way the world is going, Madam Chair, sadly, this work is more important than perhaps ever before. Madam Chair, the team also helps Nova Scotians to be on the alert for scams, as I mentioned, because again, we have to make sure that people also are aware of the tools and education that is available to them. And speaking of consumer protection, at last session of the legislature, we introduced Social Insurance Protection Act to regulate how social insurance numbers can be collected. This is a direct response to Nova Scotia Power breach, where thousands of Nova Scotians had their social insurance numbers stolen from Nova Scotia Power's electronic records. And when enforced, the Social Insurance Number Protection Act will limit the situations in which businesses can collect and retain Nova Scotians' social insurance numbers. The regulations are currently under development, and we are expected to have them completed this year. And we also, Madam Chair, we welcomed this year the Nova Scotia Provincial Archives back over to Service Nova Scotia. Madam Chair, if you haven't had the opportunity to visit the archives, everybody really should, and I strongly encourage you to do so. The staff are incredibly passionate about the work, and it's impressive, and they're so knowledgeable about province's history, and it's just a beautiful place to be able to go. To improve citizen access, the teaching and learning resources section of the archives website, so there's been some positive improvements over there as well, have been developed, and another tool of amplifying voices of underrepresented communities. More than 7,000 people have visited the archives annually with more than 10 million page views on their website. Madam Chair, the Business Registration Unit is one of our busiest divisions. This is a team that helps to administer the province's rebate programs to some of our most vulnerable citizens and delivers 30 other programs for partner departments. Delivering financial relief and rebates to Nova Scotians is a job that we are proud of and the one that we take very seriously. Madam Chair, this government is helping with affordability, saving Nova Scotians over $1,400 a year by reducing income tax, indexing tax brackets, and keeping the HST cut and provincial rebate on utility bills. This is more money in their pockets, Madam Chair. Rebate programs like Heating Assistant Rebate Program and the Property Tax Rebate for Seniors helps tens of thousands of Nova Scotians each year. Our team works to make it as easy as possible for people to apply. And I want to thank all the members, because I know, as we discussed in the House, that everybody has a role to play to make sure that citizens are aware of these programs and how to apply, and making sure that they can access them in the best possible way. Rebate programs help thousands of vulnerable citizens, as we know there, Madam Speaker, and that is the target and that is the goal of those programs. Madam Chair, we also are working to get applicants and their rebates more quickly. And to that end, we've updated and organized our support planning so that staff can process more property rebate for seniors and the Heating Assistant Rebate Program applications more efficiently. Past improvements like the online HARP application, direct deposit, and the ability for seniors to opt into HARP have been positive improvements to making sure that folks are receiving their funds on time. Madam Chair, as February 17th, 2026, HARP has provided over $20 million in assistance to over 50,000 Nova Scotians, over 46,000 households receiving heating help before the 2025 holidays, and we expect more than 70,000 households this year. In addition to all that I have mentioned, the department delivers internal services, provides operational accounting, payroll and collections, King's Printer, postal services, insurance, risk management, internal audit, and corporate management or corporate records management and procurement services. Madam Chair, procurement is another key part of our world. The province's procurement activities are guided by the Public Procurement Act and the Public Procurement Policy. This act aims to ensure that procurement of goods and services and construction by public sector utilities results in the best value, encourages competition, innovative ideas and solutions where respecting trade, agreements, obligations, and promote sustainable procurement. On the note of sustainable procurement, Madam Chair, it is important to note that we can use government's buying power to help build stronger communities. Every purchase has an economic, cultural, environmental, and social impact. A key priority, Madam Chair, is to work with Nova Scotians companies to help stimulate economic growth. Nova Scotia vendors have a 10% advantage over American and other out-of-province vendors to purchases under the Canadian Free Trade Agreement thresholds. And Madam Chair, procurement delivers ongoing supplier engagement and improves understanding of government procurement, increasing readiness to respond to tenders at low-value opportunities and support inclusive access to procurement opportunities. Engagement activities include structured training sessions, direct responses to supplier inquiries, including calls and emails, targeted one-on-one support, and participation in external outreach events in collaboration with all other levels of government. And now, Madam Speaker, I'll speak a little bit to the Residential Tenancies Program. This is a program, Madam Chair, that is often debated during our time in the House. All too often, Madam Chair, the program sometimes is criticized for not working. But it's a program where the team works very, very hard to support tenants and landlords who have come to the program looking for help. And I want to take the time to speak about the good work the program is doing to encourage tenants and landlords to reach out to us and not to discourage them. The Residential Tenancies Program is here to help both tenants and landlords. As always, we encourage them both to come to the program if they need help to resolve an issue. That is the purpose, to resolve disputes between tenants and landlords. Madam Chair, we have made several amendments to the program in response to what we are hearing from tenants and landlords and from groups and organizations like Dow Legal Aid, Nova Scotia Legal Aid, Rental Housing Providers of Nova Scotia, and Acorn, who I have had the opportunity and pleasure to meet with on a few occasions since joining the department. Most recently, Madam Chair, we introduced amendments to help victims of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. This meant that tenants who are victims of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence now have an option to stay in their unit and have the other tenant removed from the lease. I am particularly proud of these amendments because no sooner had we introduced the amendment when we learned of a situation where someone was helped, Madam Chair, and they were able to stay in their apartment at a cost that they could afford. Madam Chair, we are also making it easier for tenants and landlords to file applications. We have a new case management system and a public portal that launched in November. It has made easier for tenants and landlords to file and manage their applications. And the new system will provide better insight to data into residential tenancy program. Madam Chair, I also want to use this opportunity to be sure that all members of the House, and with having some discussions, of course, with members, that MLA offices can support constituents by being a designated applicant when when an applicant comes forward and applies online, that we can be a support to them. We are also making it easier, Madam Chair, for tenants and landlords to find information that they need. And we have a new front door website to make it easier for the public to find information related to residential tenancies. Since launching our new homepage, the number of views and users have increased from more than 100%. It speaks to the commitment to how the ResTem team is working to make progress as accessible as possible. The team also participated in the government's first Reddit Ask Me Anything session, and they reached more than 20,000 people who wanted to learn more about the program. And I think that's a highlight there, Madam Chair, that the team is always looking for ways to reach out to Nova Scotians, and we always appreciate their input on how we can do just that. So trying that out for the first time, it was a real test, and I think the team definitely delivered. The Residential Tenancy Program is a new system to collect and analyze data. We are modernizing the residential tenancy program and the case management system to provide excellent service to both tenants and landlords. And this new information system is user-friendly. It's a public portal, again, that we launched in November. And so, Madam Chair, I will close with how I've opened that the Department of Service Nova Scotia is at the forefront of connecting people with government. We provide essential services that impact the daily lives of businesses and government efficiency. Nova Scotians, like I said, are at the heart of everything we do, and that's what makes this department very, very special. And so, Madam Chair, for both cyber security and digital solutions and for Service Nova Scotia, we are working hard to connect with Nova Scotians in the way that they deserve and the way that they need. We're going to continue to modernize how we deliver these services, but most importantly, we will continue to listen to Nova Scotians. And so with those remarks, I open up the floor for questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition, the honorable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for being here, and to all the staff. And I would like just to give a shout out to the excellent frontline staff at Service Nova Scotia, when at the Access Nova Scotia depots, whatever you call them, locations. Yeah, in the past year, I have got new ID. I have got a marriage license, and I did something. Oh, I got one of those new license plates because I had one of those, whatever it was, the H's, which were, was it H's that were deteriorating? One of the letters. Anyway, it was great. Always a pleasure to go in there, although not very accessible. And I've said this before, Access Nova Scotia, it's kind of a misnomer because those locations are not accessible to many people. And I always do ask about that, actually. Is there any thought to moving some of the Access Nova Scotia locations to places like, downtown, instead of, like, people in my riding have a really hard time getting to Baker Drive. And people who live in Peninsula Halifax, it's a real pain to get out to Bears Lake. Lots of people with cars do it, and people from outside the city, it's very convenient. But for the people who live, like, in the Cirque or on the peninsula, it's not convenient. So has there been any discussion about moving or opening an Access Nova Scotia location somewhere that's more accessible?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. And I really appreciate the story that you said there to the member of getting a new license plate and the birth registry. And I think that that's what's really, again, special about Service Nova Scotia is that every single citizen in our province has to touch our department in some way or another, and I had mentioned that in my opening remarks. So hearing the personal story from the member is really special. And I appreciate the question very much, because when we're looking at locations for our access centers, we want them to be accessible. We want people to know where to find us, and that also means not only in the physical, like the physical offices and the physical spaces, but also online. So I know that the member will appreciate that for us to look at moving locations, it's costly when that opportunity comes, or that if we have to look at relocating. But Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, I think we also recognize where to meet citizens is also online. So a priority for Service Nova Scotia is making sure that when citizens are at home navigating online platforms, if it is booking a road test or renewing their driver's license, that they have the ability to be able to do that online. And we're constantly looking at ways in which we can modernize there, but we also want to make sure that staff have the ability to be able to reach citizens in person, and that will always remain a focus for us too.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, listen, the thing is that lots of people who use your services, like I think of the mobile ID clinics, for instance. This is a great project put on by, I know, like Welcome Housing does it, because the folks that need IDs often, who lose their IDs because of living rough, for instance, or living in shelters where their stuff is getting stolen. They're folks who are going to have a hard time getting out to Baker Drive. And so I wonder, I don't want to ask a question about this, but I just want to say, the idea of mobile services is a good one. Libraries could be utilized as sort of locations for mobile services. But of course, outside of Halifax, libraries might not be happy with that, because most of them have to reduce their services after the lack of investment in them from this budget. That's neither here nor there. I wanted just to quickly ask you one more question about, two more questions actually. So I mentioned I got a marriage license. But before that, Madam Speaker, Madam Minister, I was in a domestic partnership for several years, and maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I was informed by a friend who was also in a domestic partnership, that's a common law relationship, that in Nova Scotia there are no protections for people in domestic partnerships if they haven't registered their domestic partnership. And this is a thing that I've seen and I've brought up before, because in most provinces, domestic partnerships do not need to be registered for the common law rights and privileges to exist. So I've talked about this before. I'm wondering if you can provide an update. Is there a way to get rid of that so that our laws the common laws can be sort of in line with the rest of the country? Or is there a way to make it so that people who are living in domestic partnerships and not married know that they need to register their domestic partnership?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for the question. I think this is also an opportunity for the department to look further into vital statistics. And so knowing that there's probably a conversation we have to have with our colleagues over at Justice and how a common law is legally binding, how would that fit into Vital Statistics Act? So Madam Chair, I think this is another opportunity for the team to look into closing some of those gaps, and that's something that we're always looking to do. Madam Chair, when the member was asking the question, it did make me think of a conversation that I had with a colleague in the House, thinking that maybe there are other things in vital statistics that we can look at. And so I had gone back in Hansard and read a debate that the member had brought forward around name changes and I think a few other things. So we recognize that there's opportunities here for sure there, Madam Speaker, and I think that will be an important takeaway, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with the member too about this.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yes, I guess I was going to say my next question before I move on to the Residential Tenancies Act is about vital statistics and the connection with vital statistics and elections Nova Scotia around dead names for people who are trans or non-binary. So every election we have our election, our elections Nova Scotia canvassing list, as we all get, and it does not matter. Like, I literally have knocked on the same person's door for 3 elections, and they tell me that they've changed their name at Vital Statistics, like they have a legal name change. They've been the new name for like 10 years, and then I look at the Elections Nova Scotia list, and it's the old name, and it's extremely traumatizing. And I've had instances where people have said, like, I will not vote because my voter card is going to come with my dead name, and I'm not doing it. That's not who I am. And so maybe this is a conversation for after this session, Minister, but I have a number of things I could bring up to you around this stuff that is really, really vital, which is why it's called vital statistics, I suppose. I'm happy to not ask a question about that, though. I just think we can just meet later. I do want to start asking some questions about residential tenancies. So it's clear that the rent cap is not working in its current form. Now, the first piece of legislation I introduced in 2017 was about rent control. So, I support rent control. It's not a secret. And for people who live in Dartmouth North and many other places in this province, rent control and even this 5% cap is a bit of a lifesaver at the moment. But it is not truly working, because what we're seeing is the rent cap is 5%, and we know, first of all, that is an arbitrary amount, and now, after several years of it being 5%, people can't afford the 5% increase every year, even though it's predictable. It's still more than what CPI is. It's more than what people's wages are going up by. So, but it is predictable so far. So basically, but aside from that, even just like how expensive it is, we're seeing rents, like average rents, rising by much more than 5%. And if it was working, we would know, or we would see like that we wouldn't be having 28% rent hikes between one year and the next. So I have ideas about why it's not working. But first, I guess my question is, what are you doing to stop the unfair hikes from happening? If you acknowledge that 5% is where we should be, and I'm assuming you agree with that because you're the minister and it hasn't changed, then what are you doing to make sure that rents don't rise by more than 5%?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for the question. And so, Madam Chair, thinking a lot about the rental markets across the province, I think this is one of the biggest learnings of coming into Service Nova Scotia and recognizing how it can potentially look different in urban areas versus rural areas, and even just being able to speak with landlords and tenants in my own constituency, but then really making sure that the team and I have reached out to other organizations to really get a strong perspective. And I think, Madam Speaker, and in saying that too, our government's approach when we're looking at housing was also, and I know that I'm going to be echoing messages, of course, from the Minister of Housing, it's looking at supply. And so making sure that we have the investments in affordable housing, but then community housing, and then just being able to see that there are a variety of different housing investments that are being made. And so for us to look at how we can right-size the market when we came into office in 2021, we know that there was a 2% rent cap, and recognizing that that was introduced to support tenants during COVID, and that was important, Madam Speaker. And so when the member mentions, of course, 5%, we did take that opportunity to increase it, and recognizing that there were some challenges to building in a market where there was a 2% rent cap. And I also know that my predecessor had mentioned of a free market, and the member had mentioned rent control, and maybe perhaps that is a bit of where we differ, but I think we ultimately everybody, I think, can agree we need more housing supply to make sure that Nova Scotians have choice. And I think that that's also another important change or focus for the team is the awareness for tenants, because I think what's also really important is that if the 5% rent cap also applies to existing tenancy, and so not to new ones. And so if there is a tenant who is seeing an increase beyond that 5%, like that's where I think it's really important that folks know to come to the residential tenancy program. And that's why, as I mentioned in my opening remarks there, Madam Speaker, that the team has taken a proactive approach to trying to get that message out there, is that if you are seeing increases beyond that 5%, come and talk to us, because that's not okay, and to understand rules and rights. And I think that that's where we're taking that proactive approach to make sure that the awareness is out there and available as we're continuing to build supply. And we know that the rent cap that's currently in place is under an interim residential Tenancy Cap Act, and so it isn't permanent, but has a timeline for 2027, and no decision has been made at this point in time, but I know that there will be a number of factors and determinants that will help inform what steps we take as a government going forward. But importantly, it's just for tenants to know the actions in housing that we're taking, and then of course that the residential tenancy program is available to them when they need it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yes, I know that, we do bandy this back and forth in the legislature quite a lot, and I know that the government's messaging is that a solution to the housing crisis is more housing. And in Dartmouth North, let me tell you, there are cranes everywhere, there are buildings coming up everywhere, but the ones who have been completed and are now have tenants in them, I am hearing, I've been knocking on doors in them, but I also have been hearing, and not only just the new ones, but largely middle income apartment buildings, they have empty units, several empty units. So the vacancy rate might be going down a little bit, but no one can afford to move into these places. So unless they are going to drop their rents to, $1,000 for a 2-bedroom or a 1-bedroom, which is what literally people can afford, $1,000, $1,500, supply is only good if the supply is something that people can use and move into. It's like making sure our grocery stores are full of caviar. What's the point? No one's going to buy it, or not very many people. So definitely, I think for sure that at least in Dartmouth North, people are becoming more and more aware of residential tenancies and more aware of their rights. So, I think there is something going on. We hold tenants' rights clinics at the library and different community groups. We partner with ACORN, we partner with Nova Scotia Legal Aid or DAL Legal Aid. And so the word is getting out about what people can expect. And so I don't get a lot of people who are being told that their rent is going to increase more than 5%. That doesn't happen very often. What I do get are people who are going to be rent evicted, and of course, the big problem now is fixed term leases. And so the thing about rent control, or the thing that we don't have, is rent control that's attached to a unit as opposed to a person. So we know, and Minister, you know, that rents have gone up 28%. Like that is a CMHC, StatsCan, whatever statistic. The reason that is happening is because people who leave their units, when those units are re-rented, they are rented at, like, there's no cap as to how much the rent can raise then. And so there is incentive for landlords to either use fixed term leases so they can just tell people to move on to the next time, or rent evict people. Oh, you need to go. And so I have an example. I mean, this was just the other day in the paper, in the news, February 20th. I'll just find it here. Tracy Lothian from Lunenburg. She was told she needed to move out of a rental unit that she had lived in for 5 years to allow the landlord to do renovations. 2 weeks later, no renovations had happened, yet another tenant had moved into the unit and was paying 33% more than what she had been. This happens all the time. This was happening in my community. I can tell you the names of people who this exact thing has happened to, and there's been no protections for them, and it's still happening. 33% more. This renoviction isn't a one-off. We all hear stories like this. I'm sure every one of us in this room have heard stories like this. So can the minister tell us how many renoviction cases have been heard by the Residential Tenancies Board this year? And does the minister think that every tenant who experienced a renoviction reached out to residential tenancies? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question and also the member's comments about the awareness of the program. I really appreciate hearing that because I know that that was a challenge that many Nova Scotians and of course having conversations with colleagues in the House that people may not come forward or they don't know to come forward or don't know when to come forward or if there is a fear. And I recognize that wholeheartedly there, Madam Chair, that not all Nova Scotians, of course, are coming to the program, but we want to change that. We want to make sure that the information is out there and to hear from other MLA colleagues and then, of course, Nova Scotians too, if there is an opportunity for someone to support an individual, that opportunity is now there as well. So I just want to say thank you to the member that I really appreciate to hear the comments that the awareness is getting out there because that's exactly what the team has been working really hard for. And for the member, I do have some numbers to be able to share. So in 2022, the number of approved renovictions were 45. 2023 was 47. So and then there's a percentage that goes along with that. So the percentage of approved applications from the total applications would have been 37 in 2022, 31% in 23. So in 24, number of approved renovictions would have been 32. Approved applications in total would have been 38%. And then in 2025, the number of approved renovictions was 10. And the percentage of approved applications from the total applications was 34%. So that would have been, or I guess the math on that would be 66 were not approved of how many came forward. I'm sorry if that was really confusing. Oh, goodness. Okay, we'll just highlight 2025. Okay, so the number of approved renovictions is 10, and the percentage of approved applications from the total says 34. So I think the number to highlight then is that 66% of applications that came forward were not approved for a renoviction. And I'm happy to help. Yeah. I can chat with the member afterwards, too, to make sure that those numbers do make sense. But I think that there's an opportunity to highlight something here, too, that a landlord, it's on the landlord to also have an approved renoviction. And we did make some changes to make sure that, to the residential tenancies on renovictions. So the landlord has to have an approval. So if anyone has been wrongfully renovicted or says or comes forward to the program and says that I received a renoviction, there's the opportunity to come to the program and that protections are involved. And so we've seen an opportunity where tenants have been reimbursed traveling expenses and some other things. So, Madam Speaker, I think that's also what's important is that approval has to be made to a renoviction before it can happen. And that onus is on the landlord to get that approval.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will say, this brings up another thought. One of the great renoviction fights that has happened since I have been MLA in Dartmouth North was at 71 Primrose. I don't think you were the minister then, Minister, but so this was a small, I don't know, 19 units or something, low rise on Primrose Street in Dartmouth North. And all of the tenants got renovation notices. I went to a meeting in one of the apartments to discuss this stuff when it first happened, when they first got the things, and everyone, of course, was freaking out, rightfully so. And I noticed how nice the apartment was. There was new backsplash. The floors were really nice. There was good windows. I was like, this is weird. This doesn't seem like an apartment that needs massive renovations. And so that's kind of the path we took. And in the end, not all of the tenants, some of them left right away because they thought they had to get out, so they got out. And I don't know what happened to them. But the people who remained stayed and fought the renoviction, and they won. But each one of them, every single unit, had to file separately. I remember the day they came into my office one by one. They'd go into the kitchen and they'd do their hearing call on the phone in my office. And so we were keeping track of how it was all going. And then they won. They all won because basically they did get the same adjudicator, which is not always promised. And so the adjudicator heard all of them. Then the landlord appealed the decision. So then they geared up again, to fight the appeal. And then the day before the appeal was to happen, the landlord pulled their appeal. So some of the folks are still living at 71 Primrose that fought that fight, and they are now in rent-controlled units or rent-capped units. And, you know, that was a success story. But my question about that, the thing that is difficult about that, and we've put legislation in on this, is that it makes it, when this kind of thing is happening for an entire building, it makes it extremely difficult, especially if the people are vulnerable, which was not really the case at 71 Primrose. But if they're more vulnerable, then to be able to apply en masse would be very good. And I'm wondering where we are with that change, because the last I heard, we were not letting people do that. I think it's an important change. I think it's an equity issue, and I'd love to hear the minister's comments on that.
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. And it's also positive to hear success stories, but then also recognizing that there's opportunities for improvement and for change, and that's something that we're dedicated to doing always. So for the member, I can appreciate the number of tenants and the applications of having to go through, and just appreciate the member's work and being able to support citizens in that way. So we can't do group applications. And I think that's just an appreciation to each tenant scenario is going to be slightly different. But we could have representation and folks can be heard as a group too, but they do have to file individually at this point in time. And it was mentioned earlier in the House, Mr. Chair, just a question about the land lease communities in Woodbine. And I think folks will know that the Supreme Court decision from the results of that hearing. We also, the residential tenancy program, had supported tenants in that way. Each individual tenant had to come forward and apply. But then the residential tenancy team was able to see those individuals as a group, knowing that their situation was similar. Yes, okay, the representation can be heard as a group. So I think that I hope that that's helpful information to the member, but I think that's, again, just wanted to highlight the opportunity that we're always looking and listening to stories like this to support the program.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I understand that that's why I put the legislation in, that we can't do en masse ones, but I guess then next best thing would be for a way to like request being heard together. I don't know, like what my understanding is that when the people at 71 Primrose requested it, it was allowed, but it would be good to know that that is a thing that can be requested and will be given, you know, like to be heard. Now, my colleague just reminded me, so 2 questions ago, Minister, you talked about how the landlord had to have an approved renoviction. So my understanding well, I guess the question is, who approves it? Like, my understanding is that they have to have building permits and that kind of thing as part of an approval process. So, like, you know, that to show that the work that they're going to do. But does the approval come from residential tenancies? And if so, is there a form that the landlord must present to the tenant? And I ask this because what we see all the time, I'm sure colleagues all over the province see this, but I certainly do, is that a landlord comes with an unofficial letter or a verbal notice, which is not allowed, to say, yeah, you have to be out by whatever because I'm going to renovate your apartment. And the people who don't know their rights will just go. And that happens all the time. So, you know, what is the legal obligation of the landlord?
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So yes, those decisions are made by a residential tenancy officer, but there is a form. There is a form that a landlord has to apply in order to get a renoviction, and the officer will make a decision. There's a number of information, of course, that the landlord has to apply or provide to ensure that, is this valid? Is the renoviction, there's a few different things that they do have to reply, but there is a form. And so I hear the member when tenants, you know, if they don't have that legally binding document or they just hear that something is happening, absolutely, then folks, if they don't have that full awareness or understanding, that they're going to make decisions to leave. So I think that that's what's really important. And again, for awareness side of things, it's making sure that folks know landlord has to apply, there is a form, and there's a whole process in order for that to be approved.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to rent again for a moment. So, as I mentioned earlier, CMHC found that tenants in Halifax who moved units saw their rent go up 28%. And part of this is the fixed-term lease usage. We know from Dalhousie Legal Aid that they now are finding that tenants who are signing leases are signing fixed-term leases now more than ever before, and we know the reason is because landlords want to have. I mean, excuse me. Hang on a second. I mean, it's protection for the landlord in case of a bad tenant, quote unquote, but ultimately. We have seen like a massive rise in the use of fixed-term leases. So I'm wondering. I mean, we think that there should and must be a way in 2026, whatever year we're in, that you can have a way to protect a landlord and a way to avoid a misuse of this kind of thing. So, Minister, what work are you doing to figure out how to stop, the misuse of fixed-term leases?
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank a member once again for the question. And so, Mr. Chair, again, when we're talking about choice for Nova Scotians, I think, and awareness too of what the work that the program has been doing and empowering Nova Scotians to ask those questions. And so our focus, of course, will remain on supply and giving Nova Scotians choice. And I think from that empowerment and that education and awareness, it's also encouraging people to ask, you know, what are you signing? Is it a fixed-term lease? Is it a periodic lease? And if a fixed-term lease is being available to you, then with a market where there is more supply and more choice, if that fixed-term lease is being offered to you and it's not what you want, you have the ability to be able to go shop around. And I think that that's the market that we would love to be able to see is giving Nova Scotians that choice. We also, and I know the member knows this, and I know that we've talked about this before in the House, that of course fixed-term leases do have a role, and so it's making sure that tenants know, is that what you're signing? Is that what you want to sign? Is that the unit that you want? But maybe it is for a period of time, because we know that again they have a role of whether you're a student or you're living in an area for a period of time. But I think that just goes back to our focus on making sure that we're growing the housing stock so that when there are options or more options available to Nova Scotians, we're going to get to that point of a stable market that we all want to see.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to push back on this because the fact is that rents have gone up. Like the CMHC has told us that rents have gone up by 28%, and largely due to the fact that landlords are able to raise the rents when the lease turns over, when the tenant turns over. So there's two issues. Like, I cannot explain strongly enough the amount of people in our province who cannot afford where they're living. It doesn't matter if it's in Barrington or Inverness or Dartmouth North. There are a lot of housing insecure people. And we need to make sure people stay housed because we have a serious homelessness problem, not homeless problem. We have people living in tents in the middle of a very frigid, cold winter. People are dying, freezing to death in tents. And don't make that face. Like, literally, a lady died of exposure last week in Dartmouth. Like, it's happening. And we live in Canada. This should not be happening in our province or our country. Everyone should be able to have a place that they can call their own, to live in. And the fact is, and many housing experts have said, that unless we stop the bleeding of the homeless, the bleeding, i.e. the pathway into homelessness, we are not going to solve the housing crisis. We are always going to have shelters overrun. We are going to have all of the issues that come with housing people with, in shelters and that kind of thing together in one place, which is like not the best practice. We're not going to get out of this situation unless we stop the bleeding. And part of stopping the bleeding is rent control tied to the unit and an end to the fixed-term lease loophole. We've heard it from housing experts. We've heard it from shelter directors. We've heard it from people like Sherry Lecker at Adsum House, who has talked about this and worked in the sector for years and years and years. So I guess my point is people in Dartmouth North, like, no matter what you say about supply, Minister, like again, the people that I'm working with in my office, they don't have a choice. Like they are not choosing between the Finch and Horizon Court and, whatever the new place is up. Like, they're not. They need affordable housing. And if they are choosing between those, the fact is that every one of those buildings is signing anything new that's coming online. They're all fixed-term leases. I have a number of friends who live in those in buildings that are brand new, and they're all on fixed-term leases. They're fine with it because they know that they're paying $2,500 and probably they're going to be secure. But if it's a fixed-term lease in a place that's $1,200 or $1,100, things could be much different. So I could talk about this forever. The fact is that we will never solve the housing problems that we have all over the province, New Glasgow, Antigonish. We know about these. We know that there's shelters and having, problems. It's not just a city problem. People all over the province cannot afford places to live. So we need to end fixed-term lease loopholes, and we need to, or the misuse of fixed-term leases, I will say, and we need to tie rent control to the unit. So Nova Scotian renters have been sounding this alarm for years, and finally in May, the Deputy Minister of Service Nova Scotia, I think that's you. I thought it was someone else, but maybe no, it's you, said that the fixed-term leases are being used inappropriately. That was at committee. I was at that committee. I can't remember which committee it was. Does the minister agree that fixed-term leases are being abused, and how much is allocated in the budget to stop the abuse?
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. And yes, this is the deputy that would have been at committee. Very happy to have the deputy here with me, and of course, in the incredible team. And to the member, the sentiments, of course, that housing is an ongoing crisis and issue, and we have to do everything we absolutely can to keep people in secure and safe housing. There is no denying that whatsoever. And I have to acknowledge, yes, that there are landlords that are misusing the fixed term lease, and that's very unfortunate. And it's another motivator to make sure that we have the housing supply and stock that we need. And Mr. Chair, I think about, of course, the landlords in my own constituency, because it's what's in my head right now, because I had the opportunity to announce with the Minister of Growth and Development when he was with the housing file, the modular housings were for affordable and safe housing. And then we also had a landlord who took it upon himself to just design an accessible unit. It's all one level. And to be able to meet the needs of people living in the town of Digby, it was really special. And then also for him to say, I'm going to set the rate and this is what it's going to be. And to be there on the day that people had moved in, it was really special. I want that for everyone, really. And I think that that's, again, a motivator as to why we have to continue to look at supply, making sure that we're making the investments in all housing on the whole continuum so that people do have a safe place, and regardless of where they are in their housing sort of stage of life. So if it is shelter support, or if it's just getting out of the cold, if it's moving into their first home through the home buyers, the new program that the Minister of Housing had announced. And I think that that's all where it all kind of comes full circle, that we want to make sure that people know not only the housing options that are there, we got to work really hard to make sure that they are there and people see them and know them. But then if there are supports, or if the need is paying for rent, that we made investments in divergent funding, that people know that organizations that they can go to when they need support, that we do have the rent supplement program. And I know that these aren't all necessarily long-term fixes there, Mr. Chair, but they are supports for people when they need them. And I'll be very honest to the member too, that I would say that housing is probably the number one issue that I see in my own constituency office, right? And so we can't ignore that. And I appreciate that the dialogue of being able to have that, to also understand my colleagues who are in different constituencies that perhaps are different than my own. But I think it continues to keep us focused on supply. And just looking at the CMHC 2025 report, that it said that 6.7% was the rent increase from across the province is what we're seeing. So, Mr. Chair, if I need to provide that information, happy to do so. But the vacancy rate is going up. We want to make sure, again, that folks have choice, but the choice that they need when they need it is also very important work that we have to keep doing.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've been quoting 28%, but that's in Halifax. Maybe it's 6% across the province. Still, it's more than 5%. Dalhousie Legal Aid found that tenants in Nova Scotia are now signing fixed-term leases more than any other kind of lease. And it means, I've already discussed this, but it means that most folks that are in the rental market have next to no housing security. The Residential Tenancies Act was made to protect people, but the rules are generally around periodic leases. So did the department anticipate that this could happen with the current model that did the department anticipate that this could happen with the current model that ties rent increases to the tenant instead of the unit? And has the department looked at switching the model? I've mentioned this a couple times, but this is a direct question. Has the department looked at switching the model to make the rent cap apply to the unit, so the tenants move in would only have to pay at most 5% than the tenant, 5% more than the tenant that previously lived there?
recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. And I know that I'm going to repeat myself, of course, but the focus, the focus on supply is definitely the direction that we are taking at this point in time. But I also just want to highlight again that the rent cap that is currently in place at the 5% is on a temporary basis, and I mentioned the timeline is...
Order, please. Oh. That is the end of that round of questioning. I now recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah. Take your time. Yeah, sure.
We will take a brief recess. Order, please. We will now resume. The hour of questioning begins now. I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate everyone's time and the hardworking staff under the minister and the minister's time, of course, and always appreciated the way you approach your portfolios that you've had over the last number of years, so appreciate that. I know I'm probably going to retread on ground that was covered, but the heating assistance rebate program, I believe, falls under Service Nova Scotia, so I will ask some questions around that. There's been some very vocal concerns by Nova Scotians, and I just want to ask if you have the numbers, like how many people received the assistance in the last year, and how many households applied for that assistance and were denied, if you have those numbers in front of you.
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. Because HARP, of course, is a very important program, but I also just want to thank him the member for the comments. Coming over to service was a bit of a change. I've had previous experience with working in immigration, so LSI felt like a really good fit, but I really like where I am right now, and I just want to say I appreciate the sentiment to the team because everybody works very, very hard. And again, recognizing the importance of HARP to citizens, it's a program that has a lot of care and love behind it. And I'm really proud to say that over 50,000 Nova Scotians have currently received HARP. And just to highlight how we made some changes to make it an online tool so that it was easier for folks to apply, 45,000 people had received their fund before the Christmas holidays. So I think that that's, again, a very important acknowledgement to the change in the online program, the accessibility of the program, but then also, of course, folks who need it do apply and they're aware of it, and it does serve a very important purpose to supporting vulnerable Nova Scotians with their heating costs.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, and just the second part to that is if you track how many applications were actually denied that have come into the department, just because there have been some changes from the income threshold, so just wondering if there's a tracking of how many were denied.
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so the number of applications that would have been denied for this year, or when the program had opened, was just over 7,000. But I just want to take the moment because the deputy had reminded me that for folks to know that the program is still available until the end of March, so March 31st is the deadline. But to answer the member's question, it was over 7,000 would have been denied.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
And is that because of the criteria of the income primarily? If you can comment on that, but also just wondering if the funding for this fiscal year has been totally used, or if there's a pressure, given that you just said there's months left and there's still time to apply. How much of that funding of this fiscal year is used, and if there's anything left in that budgeted amount for this year?
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to answer the member's question about funds being available, that the answer to that is yes, is that there's no pressures at this point in time. So I would take the opportunity to remind Nova Scotians who are eligible for the program to apply. But in terms of the number, for the reason that we would have seen applications denied, some perhaps would have been that they were outside of the threshold. But Mr. Chair, we also know that sometimes that's related to an application not being filled out correctly. Or we also did introduce we needed to see a power bill as a way to make sure that audits could be done too. So if there was something missing, and I can speak from experience because in my constituency office, one of the things that we do is we have a rebate day, and I'm sure other MLA offices do this as well. And so we have folks that are actually helping to fill out applications, but folks will come with letters and say, well, I was denied, I don't know what this means. And sometimes it just would have been for the fact that they either filled it out incorrectly or they were missing a piece of information. So it would be a combination of a few different factors as to why we would have seen the denial numbers that we did.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the budget is being held at $32 million, is my understanding. So the province spent $71 million to meet the demand that's out there for a service like this. And I'd just like to understand the methodology to scale back to a number that is significantly lower, literally half of what the demand is for this affordability pressure.
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. And so for HARP, it's actually 32, just over 32 million that the program's budgeted amount would be, which is consistent from last year to this year. So it was important to myself as minister to make sure that we were able to provide not only an amount that could be the highest threshold within that allocated amount, and that's what we were able to accomplish with $400. And recognizing, of course, that yes, we had to reduce the threshold, but within our existing budget. So the program itself is consistent from last year to this year, so we're seeing the exact same amount budgeted for this fiscal year. And I think it's just another opportunity to be able to recognize that this is a program that government was able to invest in at times when we needed to. And so knowing that a few years prior we saw an opportunity to increase that amount to a higher threshold to reach more Nova Scotians at a time, and we didn't necessarily have the same measures in place that we do now. But something that I am proud of, and I want to highlight too, that the $400 is now a permanent it's permanent in terms of that change. Because as everybody knows, that HARP used to be a $200 rebate at the time when it was first introduced, and it had remained at a threshold of $200 for many years. And so now we can say that that amount that's allocated, it will stay at a $400, recognizing that can go further than the $200 rebate that it was.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Okay, yeah, and that's helpful to understand that, and I understand the amount that goes out has been raised based on cost pressures, and that's understandable, but the income level was reduced, and I just want clarity that that was to fit into the budget envelope of 32 million to keep that budget amount. Based on the volume of applicants, the analysis was, okay, we're going to give $400 out to a certain amount of applicants. We're not going to be able to make budget, so we're going to have to reduce the number of, based on the income level. I just want to make sure that that's what's happening here. So the threshold was reduced to 45,000 to 30,000. That's difficult to understand the methodology because of cost of living rising so much. So good thing that low income people are getting a little bit more, but the low medium income people that are around that threshold that are being cut off will get nothing. So was there efforts to ask for more to Treasury Board than the 32 million? And what's the future of this program look like over the next 3 years? So, you know, we have targets for this financial sustainability plan over the next 3 years that will reduce program spending by another, you know, in total $900 million. So what's the future of this line item in the budget and the thresholds associated with it? I can't imagine what inflation will do 3 years from now and further, that we're only going to be able to provide this kind of essential rebate to people only making $30,000. Even today, that's hard to imagine, but you know, 3 years from now when there's even higher cost of living pressures. So how is this program going to evolve, and is it a frozen program of 32 million no matter what happens with cost pressures, and is the minister restricted to that 32 million for the next few years?
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again to the member. And so myself, as minister, of course, coming to this team and our focus on service and our focus on supporting Nova Scotians, and I shared earlier that the vision and values of the department is putting Nova Scotians at the heart of everything that we do. And so knowing that we had the $32 million to work with, we wanted to make sure we could maximize that in the best way that we could. So knowing that it's $400 as a rebate for this year is the same as last year, and we'll be able to support the most vulnerable Nova Scotians in that way. But to the member's question about like the future of HARP, I think as myself as minister, as long as I have the privilege to be here in this chair and working with this incredible team, we're going to continue to make sure that HARP is available for Nova Scotians when they need it. It's such a critical and vital program that it deserves that, and I will continue to advocate for that. And Mr. Chair, we'll always ask for more if we can have more, and to support Nova Scotians, and which we did. And I have to acknowledge my predecessor, my colleague who did hold the role of service, being able to again increase the threshold in the time that we needed to do that. Government responded, and we were able to. And so knowing that we have some fiscal realities or challenges before us, we were confined to working within the $32 million. And so being able to again have a rebate that was maximized to be able to support the most vulnerable was the direction that we had to go for this year. But something I had advocated for, and the team had advocated for, that $200 in terms of what the rebate wasn't acceptable. We couldn't keep it at that rate. We also know that there are some challenges for folks, if it's receiving oil or having deliveries, that $200 just didn't go far enough. And we also know with the cost of living, it just didn't go far enough. So that permanent change now sets the baseline even higher. So if there is an opportunity in the future to be able to increase, we've shown that we've responded, and it is a program that really does get to the heart of Nova Scotians. They know it. They know when it's available. I shared in my constituency office, I know all MLAs are getting calls even before HARP is even open that folks are waiting for it. So we know the importance and we know the significance, and we'll continue to advocate for this important program. But Mr. Chair, I just also want to clarify, because something that is important for Nova Scotians to know, especially on the thresholds and for those who are eligible, that families earning a combined incomes of $45,000, that's actually net income and not gross. So for folks, if your gross is actually higher. So for individuals, that would be a $30,000 net income. So I just want to make sure that is clarified. And again, to remind folks that the program is still open and it's still available until March 31st.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, and I think the minister knows that minimum wage is now 16 something an hour, and that would put people into that mid $30,000 range of income. So the amount of people that we're helping right now, is not a large pool of people that are living paycheck to paycheck, especially the single folks that have no dependents and they're living alone. This is a very, very small amount of money that they were counting on that they just don't get anymore. I see it in all the local stores in my community that say that they apply and they're just not eligible. A lot of people are struggling to pay for their power bill that has gone up at the same time that this has been clawed back. So it sounds like the program is frozen, and if there's extra revenue that comes in, then there's an appetite to look at changing thresholds. But long term, despite cost of living increases, despite the other pressures that are mounting and groceries, and that it will just stay the way it is unless there's more revenue coming in. And that's not a slight to the minister by any means. I think it's just an approach that I don't agree with. And I really just struggle with the differences of eligibility across the board in government, and it's confusing for folks to try to figure out what they apply for. So how does this threshold compare? It was always a frustration to me with the other support systems that are within government. Depending on what program you're applying for, you might be eligible for one, or you might not be eligible for another. And where's the effort here for government to actually help people and have a consistent approach what they actually can actually be eligible for?
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the questions. And so just looking at some numbers from historic applications that would have been received, and something to be proud of, because it was just shown to me that, so not only has the program reached 50,000 Nova Scotians right now, we have a means of being able to reach 70,000 Nova Scotians. And that's actually more than we've seen since the program's inception. So we are making a targeted effort to make sure that those who are eligible do know of the program and do apply. And I think that that's also the, again, awareness, but then also the dependents too, that folks would know about this program and apply and know that it's available to them. Mr. Chair, something that I hopefully tried to make some connection in question period the other day, HARP is such an important program for a very specific purpose. And there are a number of other affordability measures that not only government has taken or invested in, but we have to look at this in an entirety when we're looking at affordability. And so knowing that there are other programs, so the property rebate program for seniors is also another. We have the HEAT Fund, which is supported through, Nova Scotia Power has a contribution, our department has a contribution, and that's administered through the Salvation Army. So that's another targeted effort for those who need supports in an emergency situation. The other rebate programs that can help Nova Scotians offset costs through, like the housing program. And when I mentioned my own constituency office where we have grant and rebate day, it's also like the housing programs and helping constituents navigate the other supports that are available to them. So the other correlation that I tried to make in question period the other day about the gentleman who told me about parking at the hospitals and saying, you know, maybe the fact that HARP isn't 600, but maybe people will find other costs that they're not going to be spending in other places. And so for him to say, well, maybe now if you're going and visiting a friend or a relative at the hospital and you don't have to pay for that, that's actually going to help. And I recognize that might seem simple or maybe disingenuous, but it's not intended to be there, Mr. Chair, because I really do think the more that we can support Nova Scotians broadly in a more holistic way, that's important. And to just go back to the member's point about variety of different programs also having different thresholds, and I think that is very much an opportunity for us to look at. It's conversations that the department is going to continue to have, and trying to approaching it from a citizen perspective, that we want to make this the best experience interacting with government as we possibly can. So adding on the property rebate program for seniors is that they can even just check off a box and apply for HARP right away. So they're not actually submitting multiple applications and trying to remember, did I get that one or did I not get that one? Because I hear that all the time in my constituency of how many people come in and say, I think I got that amount. But then there's also the senior care grant. So I take the member's point of there is an opportunity to look at all of these grants and rebates on a more holistic level to see if those thresholds can measure up and support Nova Scotians, so again, so that interface with government can be a smooth process. So we'll always continue to have those conversations.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't disagree with some of what you said. I think that the fact that we have so many programs is a symptom of programs' ineffectiveness. So the fact that we have the HEAT program you referenced, we shouldn't need to have that emergency assistance program if HARP actually fulfilled the needs and ever other measures to support Nova Scotians, especially those living in deep poverty. Like, deep poverty is a policy choice. This is an attack on the government specifically. It's an issue beyond. But I think that a lot more work has to be gone into it, and I think a symptom of the issue probably is how much you're spending on HEAT. So I want to ask the question, like, how much has gone out through that Salvation Army partnership to deal with those emergency situations where people just literally can't afford to heat their home. But we're dealing with the situation of emergency, and I know that we need to do it until we can figure out how to consolidate these programs to really help people in a more system-based way. But how much is being spent, and does the department plan to continue supporting HEAT?
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. We know that rebate programs, of course, hold such an important role, and each has a unique criteria and need and support Nova Scotians in different ways. And so when I reference the home repair program, and then I can even think about when the heat pump program came out, and I think that that's also a little bit of a symptom of government too. It's you have the ability to be able to support Nova Scotians. You roll out a program, and then you make sure that it gets to folks in the way that it can and it needs to. And again, kind of acknowledging the members' comments of is there a way that maybe we can do this in a different way or in a better way? And I think that that's also an opportunity for us to consider. But also, when you have these targeted supports that can get directly to people in their time of need when they need it, we also recognize that that's essentially what a rebate program does and what it can do to help. And so for HEAT specifically, our contribution as a department to that program is $800,000, Mr. Chair. And just to highlight just a couple numbers for that program for this year, 2,979 households received the emergency heating assistance in 2025. And so I think, again, it's an important targeted program that can support people in an emergency situation. And again, that is a program that's available in January till March.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And budget-related question. Notice that the department's salary and employee benefits has increased by $5 million in this budget. However, the FTE count has decreased by 68. One of the higher numbers in terms of the other departments relative to those. Can the minister explain how salaries and benefits have increased compared to the staffing reductions?
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to answer the member's question, the increase in department that the member would be referring to would be predominantly for wage increases.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess that makes sense if there is significant labor pressure. So maybe walk me through the reduction. This department does have a lot of service-oriented industries, and there's been a claim that there's little impact to service delivery in the province. And I mean, I will say one positive thing. The experience at the Access Nova Scotia, which is on the core of my riding, is like fantastic. I think there's been a lot of progress in how that really works there. So I think that's a good thing. Don't want to go backwards. So I want to ask, like, the impacts of reducing your staff. How will that impact that public-facing service? And walk me through maybe if there's the percentage of attrition retirements versus layoffs.
I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the member. And I really appreciate the member's comments about the access centers, because when I first came over to service, I personally have never really had an experience working in a service delivery organization. And so knowing the background and this from the deputy, this is what the deputy just said to me, you know, our department lives and breathes service, and it's in our blood, and to make sure that citizens are having a positive experience when they're interacting with them. And so I really appreciate the member's comments about the Access Centre in his constituency, because that is at the heart and soul of what we do. We're the first front line to government. And in my opening remarks, Mr. Chair, I had the opportunity to highlight that Service Nova Scotia touches every single citizen at one stage in their life or another. And so when you think of celebratory milestones in people's lives, so whether that's weddings and you have to get your wedding certificate, or it's a registry of a birth, but then we also know that we have to be there in people's times of needs. And so when you think of a death and people experiencing the arrangements or organizing a funeral, that can be quite devastating and quite sad. And so we have an incredible team over at Vital Statistics where we're always constantly thinking of service. And so just a couple highlights of how we're constantly looking for efficiencies and ways that we can improve. We now have a digitized death record that people can get that information in a more timely and quick way, and also just recognizing how challenging that going through that can be just on an emotional side, but then the complications of trying to get your death record. So the fact that that exists, and I also highlighted the transformation in our motor vehicle registry. So everybody who wants to learn to drive a car is going to have to go take a road test, and so now that they can do that online is incredible. And so I mentioned how that can reduce some stress for not only young people who are learning to drive, but perhaps for parents who have to navigate that system to apply. So those are the kinds of transformations that I think are really important, because when we talk about efficiencies and being innovative, that's where I have the great responsibility of being a minister of both service, but then I had mentioned in my opening remarks, of course, we've got cybersecurity and digital solutions, and how those two teams come together when we're thinking of services for citizens. So I just wanted to highlight that, because the members' comments made me feel really good, and I wanted to be able to highlight that. But I think from the budget and then recognizing the changes that are coming to the department, we had to look at attrition and vacancies just like every other department has there, Mr. Chair. But our focus will always be on delivering core services for government at the front line, and we do not want to impact or have any disruptions because we are that interface to government. And I think that that's really important, and we will continue to keep that as our primary focus.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is a good service, but I am concerned about the future viability of the model if there is a reduction of that magnitude. So if you could further articulate, I asked about attrition, so if that is all attrition or if there will be an impact to service, especially at, I mentioned Access Nova Scotia, that there has been talk about privatization in the past, and you know, if that's contemplated to try to make budget. I think those are the kinds of things I think I'd want to know if the department's really considering. The previous question was why the increase. There was like $5 million. So there is a pressure on the department for labor costs, but labor is going down. So I'm wondering how the math will add up to continue to provide the level of service you need to provide, at least at this level, without a real increase in technology or whatever is needed with less staff.
I recognize the Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member again for the question. And so for the department reductions, Mr. Chair, with all sincerity that we will be looking through attrition and vacancies first, and the focus on maintaining core services, I really want to stress and emphasize, but I think the opportunity here is to also recognize the fact that Service Nova Scotia is quite a large department, and there are a lot of things that I was able to highlight in some of my opening remarks, and it seems to be a department that has this sort of the smorgasbord of everything just falls within service. And with that being said, it's also an opportunity for modernization, which is an absolute focus. And two things that really jump out at me, because I had mentioned the connection between cybersecurity and digital solutions and how that supports services and the interaction that citizens have with our department specifically. So the motor vehicle transformation is one, the registry, and then also the land registry. These are big lifts when we're thinking about innovation of core services. But something else that I had mentioned, which is in my opening remarks around the interaction that citizens expect of us. So we have the access centers, and they will always serve a very important and crucial role with government because people want that in-person experience. They want to be able to go to the teller that's in their community who they know, and so when they see them, it's a smiling face, and that's the interaction that we see in all of our constituencies. So those access centers are going to hold that relationship with community for forever there, Mr. Chair. And when we think of also the ways in which citizens are interacting, they expect a digital option. So we have to look at how we can modernize to say that, again, the driver or the booking a road test as an example, to be able to do that online. That's pretty significant, although it may seem like, how was that not an option before? But Mr. Chair, that's something that we have to be thinking about. So as Nova Scotians access information and where they're going to access information is really important for our department to continue to modernize. And I had also mentioned on the cybersecurity, as I'm switching back and forth now, Mr. Chair, but on the cybersecurity side, we also introduced a new AI chatbot, and his name is Scotty. And so you can ask Scotty questions online about anything related to government information. And so that is really significant to say government is modernizing in that way that we have an AI tool now that can help find information. But we also know people are going to call the contact center. They're going to want to know, can I speak to someone or can I go in person? So there are opportunities for efficiencies in that way. Constantly thinking about how we're engaging with Nova Scotians and how that's going to continue to change. But making sure that we have a responsive service lens and perspective on everything that we do. That'll just come back to keeping Nova Scotians at the heart of not only our department, but government and government services and systems widely.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'm still trying to figure out like where these 68 positions are and if they are impacting services. So try to be a little bit more direct about that. And if I know you said they're attempting to be all attrition, retirement and stuff, but they could be in areas of service that need to be replaced. And is the intention for the next 3 years, it's going to get a lot more tougher to find those areas of efficiencies. Is the plan for 68, 68, 68 to reach those, the other 15% reduction in FTEs? And then, limited in time, the requirement to invest to ensure that you have a service delivery in that technology that you're talking about. So like, you need upfront investment if you're replacing bodies with AI or whatever else you're doing. So where's the investment to make sure you have the systems to have no impact to service?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'll answer the member's question in two parts. So there were 20 FTEs that were not filled within the department in 2025, and that would have been across the department. And there were no impacts to services. So when we're looking at tightening up operations, those 20 were unfilled and will not be filled going forward. But the 48 are still positions that we have to determine, and we'll figure that will be over the course of 8 to 12 months. We'll determine what those 48 positions would be. But Mr. Chair, I just want to also just acknowledge just a comment that the member had made around AI, and I think what's really important is we're introducing tools, and this will speak over to the cybersecurity side, and the investments in AI is providing some tools and efficiencies for staff, but AI is not a tool that will replace staff, and so I think that that's just an important acknowledgement. But the department is going to again continue to focus on finding efficiencies and innovation and working those two departments together to be able to continue to deliver services for Nova Scotians in the way that they expect.
I recognize the Honourable Member MLA for Timberley Prospect with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so we can expect 48 individuals to be positions terminated. The next year, is it another 68? Just so I'm clear on the numbers. Like, is this, there's no exemption for the service delivery units like Service Nova Scotia? Like, you will have to find, moving forward, 5%. I know the percentages will change, so it won't be exactly 68, but you will have to find a 5% FTE reduction next year.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, that's correct.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Okay. Do you see any challenges ahead trying to figure out how you're going to find literally hundreds of people that are in a service-oriented department that are supporting service units like Access Nova Scotia and others? Do you see at some point people needing to adjust to a norm where they're going to have to wait longer when they go to see if they need a new license renewal or these kinds of routine services? Like, we've seen this, like, federally with passports, staff was reduced, you wait longer. So what, as MLAs, do we have to do to tell people that their expectations are going to have to shift?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, there will be challenges, that's for sure, and we have to recognize that there will be challenges. But we will figure it out year after year, we will. And I think that also allows us the opportunity to think differently on how we work. And so thinking about some of the focus that the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions has been tasked with. It's supporting public service and how our digital options for services may become even more enhanced, or maybe there are more opportunities that we can look at. And to think again, citizens are expecting a digital option. So as I mentioned, you can go to an access center for certain services. You can call the contact center. You can ask Scotty. There are a number of different ways that we can interact. And I think that that has to be at the forefront of just thinking, how do we continue to deliver services in the best way with the intention that the department always brings forward, working differently, finding efficiencies, and just recognizing the challenges ahead, but I think we can overcome them.
Honorable MLA for Timberley Prospect with about a minute 10.
A minute, okay. No, I really appreciate your time and your genuine answers to the challenges ahead. I'll give up the rest of my time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Before we move to the NDP, would anybody care for a break, or are we good to go, or what would you like? All right, I recognize. All right, I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. And thank you to the Minister and all the staff for being here. Truly appreciate that. I'm going to jump into some cybersecurity stuff, so I'm not sure if you need to. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. And thank you guys for accommodating. We really appreciate that. So I think this is something that has been previously discussed or questioned, but just want to go back. The budget for this department is going up this year. The overall increase includes a 44% increase to senior management. Can the minister, 44% increase to senior management, while 27 jobs are being cut from the department. So can this be explained a little bit, what is going towards senior management and what 27 jobs will be cut? Are those more, frontline staff, or just the logic behind that would be great.
I recognize Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question and the opportunity to talk about the new department and having the team here with me for the very first time ever at Estimates. I think this is a first for all of us. Mr. Chair, to start off and acknowledge the increase in FTE over at senior management that the member had mentioned, that was a move from a communications director position into the Deputy Minister and Minister's office. So that's the one FTE that moved from comms over to our team. And then for the 27 positions that the member had asked for or asked about, it'll be a similar response to Service Nova Scotia, that all departments I know are looking at attrition and retirements as well as vacancies within their own departments. So that's no different to cybersecurity and digital solutions. And similarly to the messaging with Service Nova Scotia, we're going to make sure that we're looking at innovations and opportunities and knowing that we have an incredible team to look at digitizing government services. So we're not going to be reactive. We'll be very thoughtful in how we approach this work, and just to know that innovation and efficiencies are at the forefront of this department as well.
I recognize, recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the answer. So the budget for the digital solution side is relatively unchanged, and I know there's been a lot of issues that have been tackled by government apps, and so does that mean that there will be no new government apps released this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. And so for the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, there's always the opportunity for continuous building, continuous modernization of the work that's already underway. And I had referenced in remarks earlier of two projects specifically that we can use as an example. It's the modernization of the land registry as well as the motor vehicle registry as well. So these are projects that will have continued building and maintenance and improvements, and that is the focus of the department to support departments too in their digital needs as well.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you for that. So I have a release here that I'll table about current $42 million agreement that the government has with Google Cloud. Can the minister explain what role this department plays in this current agreement?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. I don't mean to pass this off, of course, to my colleague over at Health, but the contract that the member is referring to would be a contract with the Department of Health.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you for the clarification. So yeah, that tells me that the department doesn't play a role in this agreement. So in terms of, and maybe this is another question that should be going to Health, but just to clarify that there are budget cuts in the funding for AI and cloud engineering by almost 30%. So what is being cut here, and does that include healthcare initiatives, healthcare apps?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member. This is a question I can answer. and I think it's an important opportunity to highlight the investment and emphasis and opportunity with AI. And so it was actually a restructuring within the department. So we wanted to make sure that there was better fit and strategic fit within the right alignment. So it was just a moving of positions to give us that focus on the needs for AI and building an AI team that can look at those opportunities and support other departments as they explore how can AI be used as tools for efficiencies with their own departments, but recognizing that there's an investment in this budget that'll give our teams the capabilities to be able to look at that is pretty significant. And so just to reiterate there, Mr. Chair, that it was just a restructuring and moving of people within the department.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
And I think Scotty falls under that. And so I'm very interested. I'm gonna go home and give that a little test drive. I have not tried Scotty yet, but it's the AI chatbot that helps you navigate the systems.
For Nova Scotia.
So moving on to another subject here, but still under the department. So the Nova Scotia Power data breach is going to impact people for the rest of their lives. And I mean, last we heard, it's probably going to impact every single person with an account, or even people that had accounts in the past. Diane Betts, who had $30,000 stolen from a bank account, said that we're going to have to be very vigilant now for the rest of our lives. My sin or my husband's, it's out there somewhere. The Betts family opened their Nova Scotia Power account 50 years ago, but their social insurance numbers were still being stored by the company. So what steps will the department take this year to strengthen cybersecurity protections for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question because, yes, the Nova Scotia Power cyber breach was significant for Nova Scotians, and to the member's point, it has impacted Nova Scotians for an indefinite period of time, and it's created an awareness around cybersecurity and an attention to our department in a way that perhaps it hadn't before, because cyber threats and cyber attacks and all of that language, Mr. Chair, could feel really far out of reach. But until you're impacted directly, that changes the conversation. And for our province to respond, I'm proud of the SIN legislation that we were able to introduce. And so the question I know that came from many Nova Scotians is, why was social insurance numbers held by an organization for the 50 years that I think some citizens had, had seen? So recognizing there was an opportunity to say there are specific requirements now, and that I mentioned the regulations are being developed, and it will be implemented this year to really provide clarity on when social insurance numbers can be asked. But there's also an awareness to Nova Scotians in many ways to stand up their own cyber resilience and their own cyber knowledge, and that is something that we're looking at, Mr. Chair, as a province, knowing that this is a more forward-facing conversation perhaps than it had been before. And Mr. Chair, it gives me an opportunity to be able to acknowledge some of the investments in the budget around the cyber office. So we have an incredible team, and that is one joy that I have of being able to work with this extraordinary team, is to learn from them, but learning from Nova Scotians and around the questions that they're also asking, and they'll reach out to our department too around where can we find information. And so the cyber office is starting off small, but it is going to support businesses and municipalities with their own cyber questions and being able to support them with their own cyber resilience. And again, thinking around the opportunities, we're really going to start, and it has the opportunity, it would start small, but it has the opportunity to be able to grow. And so, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to highlight that is a new investment. It will be a new program for Nova Scotians, and it's a new opportunity for this department.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Something that might be interesting to look into is in Egypt, they have like televised TV ads and billboards and like jingles created about, how to avoid scams and how to avoid giving away your privacy information. I'd be happy to share one of those if you're interested. The songs are very catchy, but I think maybe like since we're putting the onus on Nova Scotians, there should be maybe more of like an educational campaign that's coming out of the department or any relevant department from the government. The same way that with residential tenancies, as we were saying earlier, it's good that there are organizations and MLA offices and such that are telling people about their rights and responsibilities, but having some type of campaign coming directly from the government, which that one is, would be of huge benefit to folks, I believe. And so my understanding from the legislation about the social insurance numbers is about when, in what instances they are required. But is there any type of provincial regulation that's being looked at on the retention periods or of such information? Because currently there's nothing like that required under federal privacy legislation. And so has the department looked into this, and is it something that they will deliver for Nova Scotians this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the opportunity to see some campaigns in the jingles. I would very much be intrigued to see that, because I think, again, there's an opportunity to make sure that Nova Scotians have the information that they need. And so knowing that they're searching online or trying to find a trusted source, that if there is a way that we can get that information out to folks, I absolutely would love to have that conversation with the minister, or the member. But yeah, oh, goodness. But I do have a great answer for the members a question. And so, yes, the timelines is being contemplated and in the regulations that are being developed. So that is being looked at. And just to go back to the implementation timeline for the SIN legislation. So the complete consultations for the regulations, we hope to have the act come into force in the spring of 2026.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
That's excellent news. And yeah, because it's one thing about, again, when our organizations or companies allowed to ask for this information, but you know, in the case of Nova Scotia Power, they not only asked for it when it's really not necessary to open an account, but they kept it for 50 years. And I know there's even an instance of somebody who was no longer a resident of Nova Scotia and therefore no longer had a Nova Scotia Power account, but somehow their information was also in jeopardy. And so, looking forward to seeing what comes out in the spring. So another thing that maybe might be connected to healthcare, or is connected to healthcare, but the department is involved in the implementation of the Auditor General's recommendations on cybersecurity and healthcare, I believe. So can the minister tell us how many of those recommendations have been completed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so to the member, from the Auditor General's recommendations, that the department has completed 13 of those currently, and we're on track to have all of them completed by October of this year, so October of 2026.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. That's very exciting and excellent news. Thank you for that. So there's a significant number of third-party contractors delivering digital services to Nova Scotians. There are the obvious ones like Maple and Think Research, but also less obvious ones like pharmacy, primary care clinics, and Medivie, other insurance providers. These third-party contractors all have access to Nova Scotians' personal health information across digital platforms. So can the minister tell us how many third-party contractors are connected to the digital health network, and how often does the department undertake cybersecurity reviews on these projects?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I do have to defer part of the question from the member over to the Department of Health. So the third-party contracts that the member had mentioned would be directly with health. So any third party that connects to the health system is actually the responsibility of the Department of Health and Wellness. So just for that portion. But we as a department have a shared services agreement with health. And so we do work together. And so any time that a new service or system is introduced, that we as a department would provide a cyber assessment and a privacy assessment for the department.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate the clarification. So cybersecurity assessments are done just to get the clarification on that. So cybersecurity assessments are done when third-party contractors are being onboarded, including if it's under health.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you for that. So regarding one patient, one record, I'd imagine there was some type of cybersecurity assessment process that happened when, as that was being launched. And, as always, there's always issues with new systems. And, when I go to my midwife's appointment, there's usually a little hiccup on trying to get things sent through, but that's typically the case with new systems. But there's other issues. But anyways, I'm gonna go back to what type of cybersecurity assessment process happened when this was being launched.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. And just to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible work that it took from both the Department of Health and Wellness and Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, because it goes back to that shared services agreements. We were in lockstep together when it came to OPOR, and so it was a big lift for citizens and for our health infrastructure, and to know that we were a part of that along the way, Mr. Chair, was really important. So through that shared services agreement with health, we would have been involved in the cybersecurity throughout the entire system from day one. So that is the role that we play in supporting health with OPOR.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North. Oh, sorry. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax, Sydney, Sable Island.
You just need to tell them that we need the Service Nova Scotia people back.
Okay. So I'm going to ask some questions about Service Nova Scotia. And how long do we have?
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax, Sable Island. What did I miss? Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
That's right.
My apologies.
I had to practice a lot. So I totally get it. So I wanted to ask the minister some questions because, often, particularly for residential tenancies, it might be an emergency that we contact folks in or, that sort of thing. And I just really wanted to probe about the adequacy of the residential tenancy system as it exists. So I have a constituent in my riding who since the end of December has not had heat in her apartment. And she has done what you said to do, which is call residential tenancies and have the hearing. So she only just had her hearing. So she's been without heat from the end of December, and she's still without heat. And she's also, some folks might have heard of her because she's on TikTok and sharing this experience. So, but has also been in touch with us. So, basically now, so she asked to be released from the lease. In the meantime, she has done all the things that you're supposed to do. She has tried to work with the city to get it declared inhabitable so that something would happen. She had a hearing last week. The mediator tried to give the landlord multiple opportunities to let us out of going into the hearing. No resolution was offered, and we're still waiting to hear back on the results. She mentioned it could take up to 2 weeks. We are still without heat, which the tenancy board is aware of. And so we are just crossing our fingers that the officer sides with us. So, she's done the system. And I actually really think it's really unacceptable that she hasn't had heat for this long. And I don't think, so I guess, where do you see the need for improvements in the residential tenancy system? Like, where could that situation be much better if you could redesign things to make it work better? Can you pass me some water?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for bringing this to my attention. And so, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if the individual that the member has mentioned, first off, to acknowledge that situation is not okay. And I want to be able to offer the opportunity to speak to a residential tenancy director. I am not sure if the individual has had a connection, but we will make sure that that happens. To the member's point of what would I envision as a residential tenancy program in its, if it was absolutely perfect in the way that we would want it, it would be to be able to respond to emergencies in a timely manner. It would be there to support landlords and tenants in their time of need, and it would all come together so that situations like this wouldn't happen. But Mr. Chair, I want to highlight something that is coming forward as a change, and that is the ability to be able to triage emergency situations like this. And so it is new. It is new for the team, and it is new for the program, but we will be able to expedite urgent cases. And there has been training that has been in place for the residential tenancy officers to be able to acknowledge when an emergency situation is taking place. And so I think that is it will be a positive improvement to the program, but we know that it's going to roll out and it's going to have some bumps or hiccups along the way. But I think that is an intentional change that we will implement. But I can't speak to specifics of the cases the member has mentioned, but I just want to close with the acknowledgement of the situation, and then, of course, being able to make that direct contact to a residential tenancy officer.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax, Save Island, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. So, in fact, my CC was able to speak with your SA about this a couple of weeks ago, and Cicely talked about the fact that you had to contact the residential tenancy officer to get a case considered an emergency. So currently in the application, I guess it doesn't really allow you to flag that it's an emergency situation, like not having heat in the winter. And so you're supposed to call your RTO and tell them you need an emergency hearing. So truly in this constituent my CC in this constituent undertook this effort. And then, so even though you're given their email and phone number, it says nothing directing them to call you if you need an emergency hearing. And then when they did call, they didn't know what to do with it. They said, well, actually, I don't know why you're calling. Like, you have your application in, you have your hearing date. Like, why? Like, what's the point of you calling? So just to say that, I mean, having an emergency system that works obviously is really important. Like I said, this constituent has wanted out of the lease to sort of give up on the situation and has not been freed from that lease. In their lease, heat is included. It's to survive this winter, like you remember January, it was cold. They have a little space heater, and so but power's not included in their lease. So they've had power bills of like hundreds of dollars more than they have ever had before, because that's the only way, and the space here is not adequate. So this is a young person, a person in relatively good health, not a child, not seniors, but I just really think that the fact that this was known to be the situation and not couldn't be accelerated is really challenging. So if we can, I guess she's in her 2-week waiting period, but I mean, if we can even accelerate that resolution, that would be great, so we can connect afterwards. And I think this is why this young person has been, active on socials and stuff and sharing her experience, because she also recognizes that she can kind of there's not a baby, there's not, urgent stuff like that. So, and I guess, the other situation I wanted to ask about is the Scotian, which is fairly well-traveled territory. So, as you know, and I came without my notes, but as I remember, it was like, say, August 27th, that there was an emergency in the apartment building. These things happen. So there was a flood, there was an electrical situation, the power was taken away from the building. And And then, as you know, the tenants of that building didn't have power for 2 weeks. And in kind of like the alternate case of dealing with heat, it was a heat wave. There were babies in that building. There were 85-year-olds on the 5th floor. There was a really diverse group of people living in that building, and no food. Like, you obviously couldn't keep food, and a really inconsistent response, frankly, from calling residential tenancies. So 3 people were told for various reasons, don't bother, don't file a complaint, you'll just get kicked out. That did happen, by the way. People who went public did get their lease terminated, like, basically overnight. And then for a lot of people, there was, I just find it a little bit distracting, but you could also step aside if you need to chat. Thanks. So I guess, and so when I was calling Cicely, I tried to call you to say, like, oh my goodness, like, we're going into like day 7 of this building. People had only just contacted me, and the first person who contacted me under an alias because they were so afraid of the repercussions from the landlord. The second person who contacted me actually contacted me through their coworker. They're like, hey, could you write on my behalf, because I'm so scared to contact. I don't want to put my hand up. And so it was obvious the building had no heat, or no power. And I understood that the idea was that there had to be a complaint, and then an individual complaint. And I guess I'm just wondering, like, it was very obviously a problem. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I think there's a little bit of mold, or I don't, or like the lock is a little bit sticky, or it's not. It's like, or there's pests, or there aren't. There was no power in a 5-story building with about 55 units. And so I guess I just wonder why we wouldn't have a system where this is an emergency, that it wouldn't necessarily even rely on an individual coming forward if people are concerned. Like I said, there was a bunch of folks in their 80s on the 5th floor. A couple of them didn't use the internet. Like, you get the idea. Why couldn't there be a provision where, when it's really obvious that there's a big problem, that the residential tenancy system couldn't kick in?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question and, of course, raising this issue once again. Mr. Chair, I think it highlights, just to the previous question that the member had asked about the opportunity for improvements within the program, that we do want to be able to have the residential tenancy officer be able to screen through applications when there is an emergency. And so, as the member had mentioned, in a case where there's no power, there's no heat, or something happens otherwise there, Mr. Chair, that the RTOs know exactly, they can expedite it, and then we can see a hearing and a resolution in a more timely manner. And I think what's important, Mr. Chair, is to recognize that that didn't happen in the case of the Scotian. But it is the system improvement that we're aiming for, so that on a go-forward basis, when there are emergency situations, that tenants who are experiencing that know that they can apply and that an application will be expedited. But, Mr. Chair, I think what the member also mentioned, which is very important and critically important, and the member and I have had a conversation and with some other colleagues as well, as the fear that was mentioned. We know that there is fear out there for folks to apply, and that is something that myself as minister, and I know that the team, were proactively trying to figure out how can we overcome that fear and work with citizens to be able to do so. And one opportunity, I think, to be able to do that is when an individual comes to a constituency coordinator or to an MLA office, there's trust there and there's a relationship. And so if that constituency coordinator can then apply to the residential tenancy on behalf of the tenant, that is absolutely allowed and that can absolutely happen. And so a change that we had mentioned earlier in some of the questioning was the digital system that works for residential tenancies now. So people can upload their information. They don't have to go to an access center and get a form. There's a digital option to make it either smoother or in some case easier or even safer. And they can do that at an MLA office too. So I think those are important improvements that I wanted to highlight, that in the case of the Scotian, we didn't get there, but that is an improvement we want to see on a go forward, and to help with the fear or the information maybe that people are unsure, can I come forward, what are my rights as a tenant, that is again work that the department is always trying to get out there. And when I mentioned earlier about the opportunity to be a part of a Reddit conversation, like that is another way to get that out there, so that if people do have questions and they may not want to self-disclose in asking their questions, that there are other opportunities and ways to be able to do that. But just to circle back to the member's question around the perfect residential tenancy program, and it would make sure that situations like this don't happen again.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax, Dulce Island.
Well done. So, I mean, I think those changes can't come soon enough. And I mean, I agree. Like we recommend people go to residential tenancies when we try and support people through that process. I mean, you can tell by the fact that my CC's been involved in the no heat case for weeks at this point, and trying out new things as we're being told to try new things. But I mean, I would just say that unfortunately, in the case of the Scotian, people's fears came true. People who had residential tenancy complaints and spoke out got, like, their lease was terminated overnight for one person. Anyways, so this leads me to another question, which is, I mean, is the compliance enforcement unit still on the table as a potential option, or have you completely ruled it out? Or has the minister? Sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. So we recognize the work that was done to look at what a enforcement unit could look like for the province. This time, Mr. Chair, the direction is not to move forward with a enforcement unit, but the focus of the department really was to improve and find efficiencies and with the existing residential tenancy program. So speaking of the expediting the emergency situations, that is definitely a key focus and an opportunity for improvement for sure. And the focus on introducing mediation services to expedite decisions. We want a program that can find a resolution before a hearing even has to take place. So getting ahead of that and finding a way to, through mediation, to be able to find a resolution was another focus in placement of an enforcement unit. And so the department also was prioritizing, again, emergency hearings, and that is work that is going to be still underway. And there was a focus to also reduce wait times. But from that report, Mr. Chair, because I know it's, well, why won't the department move forward with the enforcement unit? And the public perception perhaps of what that enforcement unit could do. If there's a situation where a landlord isn't fixing something, an enforcement unit wouldn't necessarily be able to fix a broken window or a broken shower. And in a case of a tenant being removed from a unit, if a landlord had an eviction, went through the proper channels for that to happen, it wouldn't force the tenant to leave either. So recognizing that information came forward as to what it could look like. We have that residential tenancy program. So the department is focusing on improvements within the existing structure that exists within residential tenancies at this time.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax, Sydney, Sable Island with 4 minutes.
I'll ask my question quickly. So also my riding, Obladi, which is, we've spoken about in the House, you know, is a real demonstration of why, in my opinion, in our opinion, that there's a need for a commercial residential tenancies program. Is that under consideration in the department?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question, and respectfully, the department's not considering this at this time.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax, Sydney, Sable Island.
Actually,
sorry. Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm back. I can't decide what to ask about in 3 minutes. I guess, you know what, I'm going to ask a couple of questions about consumer protection. So, following the Nova Scotia Power data breach, we called on the government to pass legislation to allow credit freezes. In December, the minister said her department was looking into it. Just wondering where they and she is at with that.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member and welcome the member back. I appreciate the question because this is significant work when we were thinking of how the implementation of a security freeze would look for the province of Nova Scotia. And so we've done some significant work to consider this, and that work is still underway, and it's still a consideration for the department. We've got a few jurisdictions now that are also exploring this, that it provides some more intel as to what it could look like. And so knowing that there's a number of migration systems to come together, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that would need to be completed, but also recognizing because of the cyber breach with Nova Scotia Power, I mentioned this earlier, Mr. Chair, that we know that cyber threats and alerts and credit protection as a whole are conversations on the minds of Nova Scotians, so they want to know if this is going to be available to them. So it's still underway. It was one of the reasons I mentioned earlier the SIN legislation. So we wanted to make sure that there were protections and acting appropriately. So that the regulations for that legislation are underway, and as I mentioned, the timeline for implementation will be the spring or October of spring. No, I was right. Spring of this year. So that would be another important step. And I think in again light of the cyber breach with Nova Scotia Power, we know that credit protection and just how individuals can protect themselves is also becoming more prevalent. And so making sure that people are aware of the free fraud alerts that are available. So there are some tools that Nova Scotians can access.
Order. The time for the NDP has elapsed. We're going to move on to the Liberal time, and they have ceded their time. The next, I think it's 23 minutes. We'll keep you abreast of the time, MLA. But to the MLA for Cumberland North. So yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello, Minister and team. So I have a few questions. You have a lot in your department. Yes, sorry, the Minister does. I would like to ask with a few questions around cybersecurity. In particular, we're moving more in that direction in healthcare, and people's personal health information is so very important. And back in 2006, the clinic that I had at the time, we were one of the first in the province to bring in electronic medical records. And I remember the importance of having some measures put in place so that there was accountability and someone monitoring, who has access to people's personal health information. And the Auditor General has identified a few areas where there could be improvements made in the past. So I'm wondering if the Minister might be able to answer a couple of questions around that. So the Auditor General found that key IT governance structures ended in 2022 and they were not replaced, leaving minimal accountability. So who is now ultimately responsible for cybersecurity risk across the digital health network?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. And so the shared responsibility and shared governance for cybersecurity in the health space, as the member had asked. So between Department of Health and Wellness, Nova Scotia Health, and the IWK, and of course our Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, that shared governance model was recognized, and the opportunity to be able to come together has been in place for about a year, or over a year now, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. The report also stated that cybersecurity, when there are concerns raised, that there was no one that actually had an authority to force action. So can the department, how can the department that's charged with cybersecurity protect Nova Scotians if there's no requirement for compliance, or has that been changed?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, just to the members' opening comment, that having the two departments is a big responsibility, but they align so well in how they deliver services for citizens. And knowing that the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions has only been around as a single department or a standalone department since May of 2023, and I think that's significant for a number of reasons there, Mr. Chair. It's, cyber threats and the need for a focused department dedicated in this space is showing Nova Scotians that we take this very seriously. And I think just to highlight too, and it kind of goes back to the member's question about the shared governance model, that nobody is immune to cyber threats. And when an event can happen, it's that response of how do we act quickly to make sure that we are protecting Nova Scotians in the best way that we can. And recognizing that we've seen a couple of events within the province that has changed Nova Scotians' awareness. And so we're now asking questions perhaps that they didn't necessarily consider. And I mentioned this in some remarks before, that world of cyber threats or events may have seemed really far away, but until it actually impacts you directly, it changes the scope of your awareness and your understanding, and then the ability to be able to ask questions. So, Mr. Chair, just to highlight that shared governance model and recognizing that everybody has a responsibility within cybersecurity. So Department of Health and Wellness, Nova Scotia Health, IWK, and Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, we have that shared responsibility of cybersecurity over the health network, and that means that the partners are all accountable to cybersecurity. And that we take all of this very important, we conduct this important work together, and it's important for everyone who's involved. And I think that that's just a model that's going to be reflective in other work as our department continues to look at ways in which we can enhance and improve our cybersecurity across the province. And that also means through the office that I had mentioned of getting that information out there to citizens and working with businesses and municipalities as well.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. So the Minister references the governance model, this new governance model. So does the governance model actually have the authority to stop a project going forward if it doesn't have the proper security? And I'll follow that up with the Auditor General had described a culture of accepting cybersecurity risk rather than managing it. And how many times in the last year has government formally accepted cyber risk for health systems? And did they stop it if they identified the risk, or did they just allow it to go forward?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. So the ability to be able to stop, or what the member's question was, is yes, is we have the ability to be able to stop, through the shared governance model, that if there was a cyber risk identified, that we could stop, okay.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Can the Minister let us know, has there been a project that stopped in the last year? And if someone does have the authority to stop a project, if it doesn't meet cybersecurity risks, has that happened in the last 12 months? And also, if someone does approve a project going forward, is it the minister that approves it, like an elected person, or is it staff?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. So there have been no projects that have stopped, but we've had projects slow down based on assessments, and those decisions are made by staff.
I recognize the Honourable Member for, Honourable MLA for Cumberland North go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Auditor General had identified that there had been projects in the past that were allowed to connect to the health network without meeting the cybersecurity standards. So is that practice still happening today? And what would be sort of non-negotiable standards that must be first met before a connection can happen?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. So for every system that would connect to health, there is a risk assessment that would be conducted to identify the acceptable level of risk, and that's could be a different outcome for whichever system that is being evaluated at that point in time. But it is done and conducted for every system. And so that threat risk and assessment involves IT and business, and it would be, again, conducted for every system.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
Mr. Chair. I was curious, what would be a reason that something might not be connected or not be allowed to connect, but there was one other question I wanted to get in, so I'll move to that. Minutes reviewed by the Auditor General had showed that the business risk acceptance form process had been discontinued, allowing deployments without risk assessment. Has that loophole been closed? And can any department today deploy technology without a cyber security risk assessment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member. So yes, it has been closed, and you can apply without a threat risk assessment to be completed.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North with 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Okay. There's so many other questions I wanted to ask. Oh, let's pick something different just to finish off. Let's talk about motor vehicle inspections, just for fun. On a serious note, I have had people come to me not saying that they don't, they don't disagree with the need for inspections of motor vehicles, but they are concerned about the cost that it the additional cost of the inspections every 2 years. And I have had constituents ask me to request the province to consider moving to a model like other provinces have. I think it's Newfoundland, Ontario, Manitoba, British Columbia, Alberta, and Quebec. They do not require a biannual, like every 2 years, inspections. It's done more when a vehicle is purchased, or like a used vehicle, I guess, like when it's purchased. So I'm just wondering, has the minister, as a department, given any consideration to changing motor vehicle inspections here in the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cybersecurity, Digital Solutions and Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, thank you for the question. And I don't want to defer it over to Public Works, but that specific question would be with Public Works. But I think that this is also an opportunity to highlight that Service Nova Scotia we do have a lot that happens, and a lot of folks come to us thinking that certain things fall within our jurisdiction, but this one does not, so I will pass that over to that department. But Mr. Chair, it also gives me an opportunity to be able to highlight the modernization that's happening with the motor vehicle registry. And so we want to work collaboratively with the Department of Public Works, with Service Nova Scotia, with the folks here at Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, that when we're transforming systems, that they are for the best and with the best intention for citizens.
I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland North with 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, we'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Minister, and thanks for your department, all the work that you do.
So the time for questioning has elapsed. We now move to the Minister's closing statements.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for the opportunity to engage in the dialogue on these two incredible departments. So the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, who's sitting with me at the table currently, and then, of course, for the folks and the team at Service Nova Scotia. And Mr. Chair, I said in my open remarks, or highlighted a number of areas in which these two departments highlight the work that we do, but we really take that approach with a lot of heart and care and love. And that's because citizens are at the center of everything that we do. And coming to this team, that was at the forefront. And I think that was a fit of why I fit with this team so well. And so, Mr. Chair, again, it's just an opportunity and a privilege to be able to work with the department every single day. And I just want to thank all the teams for not only being here today for us to go through this estimate process together for the first time on the CSDS side, and for my first time with Service Nova Scotia, because, again, it's a lot of work, and the teams are incredible, and the support has been incredible. So, Mr. Chair, with those closing remarks, I read the resolution? Okay.
Yep, read the resolution.
All right, I'll read the resolution.
Yep.
So resolved, the sum that not exceeding $322,727,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that the sum not exceeding $1,758,000 thank you. $1,758,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Service Nova Scotia pursuant to the estimate.
Thank you. Shall the resolution stand? Yes. So the resolutions have stood. It is the closing conclusion of the day. It is now 6:23:36. And the House is set to adjourn at, I don't know what time, 11:59, and that concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves in the Committee of the Whole on Supply. Please return to your seats in the Legislature, and the Committee of the Whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business of the day.
Good, Minister.